Good evening to the board meeting of Monday, May 15th. I'm calling this meeting to order. As a settler on this land, in the spirit of truth and reconciliation, I will proceed with the land acknowledgement. The Durham District School Board acknowledges that many Indigenous nations have long-standing relationships, both historic and modern, with the territories upon which our school board and schools are located. Today, this area is home to many Indigenous peoples from across Turtle Island. We acknowledge that the Durham region forms a part of the traditional and treaty territory of the Mississaugas of Scugog Island First Nation, the Mississauga peoples, and the treaty territory of the Chippewas of Georgina Island First Nation. It is on these ancestral and treaty lands that we teach, learn, and live. I will ask Trustee Morton to introduce our choir, who will also be singing O Canada.
Thank you. Please join me in thanking the R.H. Cornish Public School Junior Intermediate Choir for their recorded performance of O Canada. This choir includes members, students from grades 4 through 8, and they're led by R.H. Cornish Public School staff, Leanne Harrington, Robin McKay, and Michelle Murphy. We extend a very warm welcome to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I continue on with the agenda, I want to welcome basically people in the boardroom for our public meeting. In accordance with our policies and procedures, we expect a safe and respectful environment for all participants. That includes staff, board members, and guests. In the interest of maintaining a respectful public meeting and work environment, we ask the public to not interrupt the meeting proceedings. Should there be any conflict between members of the audience or any meeting disruptions, people in attendance may be directed to leave the premises. Moving on to item 4, is there any declarations of interest? Hearing none, there are no declarations of interest declared at this time. We have the adoption of the agenda. I have one item that has been added, which is the memo of 2023, number 24, under 14B, vetting of public presentations and questions. Can I have a mover of the revised agenda? Thank you. Trustee Oldfield, Trustee Brown, all those in favor? Opposed? That motion carries. Moving on to the minutes, there we have 5 sets of minutes, but I can have 2 motions. The first one is to receive the minutes of the regular board meeting of March 20th, 2023, and the special board meeting of April 3rd, 2023. Can I have a mover, please? Trustee Morton, seconder Trustee Thatcher. Any errors or omissions on those meeting minutes? Hearing none, I have a motion to approve those, to receive those minutes, sorry. A motion to receive the minutes. All those in favor? Opposed? Those minutes are received. Then a motion to approve the draft minutes of the regular board meeting of April 17th, 2022, and the 2 special board meetings of May 1st held at 6:55 p.m. and then the second one at 8 p.m. Can I have a motion for that, to move, to approve those draft sets of minutes? Trustee Arsenault, seconder Trustee Pinello. Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Those minutes are approved. I will now call on, on Director Camille Williams-Taylor to give us any ministry memorandum or information updates.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. This will constitute an update for this evening. The Durham District School Board Student Census launched on May 10th and will close on June 30th. The findings of this digital voluntary survey will help the DDSB to better understand student populations and school communities, identify barriers to student success, engagement, and well-being, and help develop strategies to improve experiences and outcomes for all students. Together, we will ensure that diversity continues to be our strength. Wednesday, May 17th, is the International Day Against Homophobia, Transphobia, and Biphobia. It is a day that recognizes the need to combat the ongoing violence and hate that is perpetrated against or perpetuated against people with diverse sexual orientations, gender identities, and gender expressions. The DDSB recognizes the historical and ongoing oppression that 2S LGBTQI peoples face across our greater society, including but not limited to education systems, and commits to moving forward with the intention to acknowledge past traumas, build a system that celebrates, supports, respects, values, and embraces Two-Spirit and LGBTQI peoples. Raising the pride flag in May and June at all DDSB schools and work sites is one way to demonstrate our ongoing support to the 2S LGBTQI community and will help to raise awareness through the Durham region. Every school in the Durham District School Board has been raising the pride flag since 2015, with some school communities doing so for many years before that. This is a well-established practice across the province amongst public school boards. On Thursday, May 18th, the Living Compendium Community Engagement Evening is taking place. This event is an important opportunity for students, families, and community members to continue the conversation around dismantling anti-Black racism. The initial Compendium of Action for Black Student Success was launched in 2018 as an outcome of consultation with the Black community conducted by Justice Donald McLeod. The resulting 24 recommendations informed an improvement strategy. For more information and to register for the event on May 18th, please visit the Durham District School Board website. And finally, as we look ahead to next school year and supporting incoming DDSB students, on May 23rd, the Early Years team will present Promoting Learning Through Play, a virtual event for parents, guardians, and caregivers of current and future junior kindergarten students. Families will explore the benefits of play and how it connects to the kindergarten program, and will also be provided with practical strategies that can be used at home to support learners transitioning into kindergarten. Families are encouraged to check our website to learn also about the Great Beginnings Afrocentric program and the Great Beginnings School Success program being offered this summer. Thank you, and that is all for my update this evening, Chair.
Thank you, Director. Moving on to the next item, as far as the public question period is concerned, we have quite a few number of questions, and I would like to remind our questioners that they are permitted to ask one question and one supplemental question based on the original question and the response. Questioners are not permitted to ask a new line of questioning as their supplemental question. When you are called up, just please remember to push the button on the speaker so that we can activate the microphone. Our first question is from Dylan, who is going to ask me online, virtually. Dylan, are you able to ask the question? Yes.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening, Dylan, and a happy belated birthday to you.
Thank you. My question tonight is about the emergency closing schools policy. Early this year, back in January and February, we brought a question forward about the bus cancellations that we were seeing since December 16, 2022. But now that we are approaching the summer, and with the weather starting to rise into around 25 degrees Celsius or more, I'm just wondering, why doesn't the emergency closing school policies cover things like heat alerts or heat warnings when the policy was amended at this time a year ago?
I have Associate Director Jim Markowski.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, thank you for the question this evening, Dylan. I do want to inform you, we do have a document on extreme weather guidelines that we share with our schools. Under section 4.2 of the actual guideline, I think it's important, I just wanted to read this to you because it helps to give some context. The Durham Regional Public Health gives local municipalities and community partners, such as the DDSB, early notification of extreme heat events through a harmonized heat warning and information system for Ontario. So Dylan, when we get notifications, usually there's two. There's one called a heat warning, and there's another one called an extended heat warning, and there's different temperatures that are involved. But once we get those notifications, communication is sent out to schools to give attention to our extreme heat guidelines. And within the guidelines, there's specific actions that schools can take to support students and staff.
I do have a supplemental as well.
Okay, Dylan, go ahead.
Well, you know, with most heat waves, like, what would the certain temperature be for like, would it have to be like 30 plus 35 degrees or higher for that to happen, or if that were to be a possibility of student safety being at risk due to extreme heat?
Thank you, and through you, Chair. So, Dylan, under the two warnings, the first one, the heat warning, usually they last for about 2 days. The temperatures are expected to be at least 31 degrees Celsius during the day, and overnight temperatures are at least 20 degrees Celsius, or the humidex is at least 40 degrees Celsius. So those are the temperature conditions that are set under heat warnings. For extended heat warnings, temperatures are expected to be at least 31 degrees Celsius during the day, and overnight temperatures are at 20, but these are for a longer period of time, so usually beyond 2 days. So those are the two notifications with the temperatures that you're asking, and then based on that information, we act accordingly.
Well, I do want to say that 2 days ago, on Saturday, May 13th, was my 20th birthday.
Congratulations there, Dylan, and happy belated birthday. Thank you, Dylan. And I would now like to invite Ashley Lalonde to come forward to ask a question.
How is the Durham District School Board ensuring that students are educated on human trafficking, provided the knowledge to keep safe in our community?
Thank you. I will pass the question on to Superintendent Gary Crossdale.
So the updated health and physical education curriculum for grades 1 to 8 came into effect in 2019. This outdated curriculum included mandatory learning beginning in grades 1 to 3 as students start to learn skills to identify, develop, and maintain healthy relationships, to identify and respond to the exploitative and coercive behavior, and how to seek help as needed. These skills help protect students from human trafficking by teaching them to identify when they are in an unsafe situation. The curriculum is designed to be developmentally appropriate, and in grades 4 to 8, students continue to develop the skills they need to stay safe in person and online, and how to help themselves and others. Students also learn about impacts of sexually explicit media, including pornography. In every grade, students learn about consent, healthy relationships, and online safety, building fundamental skills that support safe, healthy relationships through their lives. In addition to education through the health curriculum, a number of DDSB schools participate in the annual Human Trafficking Prevention Youth Symposium that is put on in partnership with Victim Services Durham Region. The symposium is carried out virtually in grades 7, 8, and 9. Classrooms across the Durham region, the aim of the symposium is to educate young people on issues related to human trafficking, including the topics of consent, healthy relationships, gender empowerment, and online safety. The goal is to equip youth with the critical knowledge and tools to support them in navigating the complex realities that come with being a young person in today's online world, and empower them to make informed choices about their well-being. After listening to a number of speakers, participants engage in follow-up activities in their classrooms, which will provide them with the opportunity to reflect on the content they have learned to ensure safer interactions both online and off.
Just a reminder that the supplemental should be around the answer or to the question originally asked.
For students that are in high school, grade 9, 10, 11, and 12, the physical and health class is and can be optional, as you only need 1 credit to graduate. So there are students that are going through grade 9, 10, 11, and 12 that are not receiving any health information or knowledge. Now, my main concern and question is that when I look through the curriculum, the amount of minutes that are directly for human trafficking is very small. I know that it's in the sexual abuse part of the curriculum where we touch on everything that you had just explained, but where is the awareness going to be where it's mandatory that it's going to be its own section, since that we know that Durham region and the community is it's a safety issue with human trafficking, hence why there's been a mandate put in from the government back in 21.
Superintendent Crossdale.
I do agree that we still have more steps to take. All the things that you've talked about are things that we're going to be doing. We've been doing it a little bit slowly just to make sure that we're doing it the proper way, but you are correct in the things that you're saying.
Thank you. We're going to move on to the next question. We have lots of questions tonight. And so the next question is, and I apologize if I mispronounce your name, but please correct me so that I will fix it the next time. I would like to invite Noor Karat to come forward to ask the question.
Thank you so much. You pronounced my name perfectly well. Thank you. My name is Noor Karat, and thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to ask my question. So my question is in regards to Bylaw 5.3.15. So regarding this bylaw, we have a question about, so the Bylaw 5.3.15 represents, presidents have the right to, I'm sorry about that. So parents have the right to ask questions and express our concerns regarding our children's education. The introduction of this new policy will limit free speech and give the school board and trustees the discretion to decide which concerns are valid and which are not. This is not right, and it goes against the principles of transparency and accountability that we expect from our public education system. If the bylaw is amended, what measures will be taken to ensure that our concerns are addressed without the fear of censorship or retribution? We are concerned, for example, that the board will reject questions simply because the way they are phrased, if the language expresses or implies a rejection of the board's preferred beliefs or ideologies and are considered offensive to the board. Will the board agree to amend the proposed bylaw changes to specifically confirm that parents may ask the questions, the manner and scope of the school's teachings or policies on any subject, including with respect to gender identity and race or any other subject matter? Will the board please explain exactly what type of speech it intends to limit on human right grounds? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. I will pass that question on. We are having that discussion tonight. There's also an additional memo, but I will pass it on to General Counsel Cotter.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. Thank you for the question. When answering your question, we'll do so on the basis that there is a limit on that the terms of the bylaw could place a limit on freedom of expression. And what is the analysis that entails, if that's the case? And recent decision of the Ontario Divisional Court from May 1st, Ann Gillies versus the Blue Water District School Board, the Ontario Divisional Court has provided some guidance on the matter. It was a very similar situation, very similar bylaw to our bylaw, including the proposed amendments, where the board had the authority to vet questions and to refuse them if they ran contrary to the board's human rights policy and objectives as set out in the Education Act. And in that case, what the court said was that, in that case, the board did concede that the rights to freedom of expression as guaranteed by Section 2B of the Charter were infringed by the board's decision to refuse to permit the applicant to make her presentation to the board. And in that case, the court said that what the board must do in making that decision is ensure that the charter protections are upheld to the fullest extent possible, given the statutory objectives within the particular administrative context. So it's a balancing exercise of the duties to promote the objectives of the Education Act against the freedom of expression of the public constituents. And in that regard, the Education Act, Section 169.1, creates a statutory duty on all school boards to promote a positive school climate that is inclusive and accepting of all pupils, including pupils of any sex, sexual orientation, gender identity, or gender expression, and to maintain policies to promote that goal. So that's a statutory obligation that the board has that must be complied with. And that section was relied upon by the court in saying that that section is relevant when the board is considering what questions to allow and balancing the right to free expression. And then the court concluded that the board had the authority to vet the questions in a manner that's balanced charter rights with the board's obligations and commitments to promote an inclusive school environment as set out in Section 169.1. And so really, what was important in that case was they found that a couple of things, I guess, that the opportunity to free expression was limited rights because the person had already made the same presentation the year prior, which is sort of a unique circumstance that you don't always come up about, and that the person was offered an opportunity to email the presentation to trustees. So in that way, the court said, the board has an important mission to maintain the inclusive school environment, and the rights to freedom of expression were respected because there was another, basically there was another avenue provided. So I think the case is helpful in illustrating a couple of points, that the board does have the discretion to vet questions if it would run contrary to the board's human rights policy, but they must do so carefully and respect the freedom of expression, and where possible, you know, that has to be respected to the fullest extent possible, which could include a denial of the right to make a public presentation, but provide some other avenue for those submissions to find their way to the trustees. Subject to any follow-up, that's my response to the question.
Thank you, Councillor. One very short supplemental question. Thank you. Just sec.
Pardon?
The speaker was having a hard time. Go ahead.
So thank you so much for providing the answer. I think the problem that we have is the way the question is worded. So what I would like to ask is that would a board member put forth a motion to clarify the bylaw once the update is amended, once the update is implemented, the way it is worded is clear that the board has full discretion to refuse to answer based on how the question is phrased and not how and not the substance of the question. So what I would like to ask if a motion can be passed to clarify the intent of this bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you. An emotion can't come from the floor from the public, but we will take that into advisement when we go into further discussion on the consolidated bylaws, and thank you for that.
Thank you.
Moving on to the next, I would like to invite Saeed Mazamil to come forward to ask a question. Saeed? I'm just wondering, as far as that question, we'll get back to it at this point in time, or we'll have the staff ask that question. I'm going to move on to invite Nicole Bell to come forward to ask the question.
I had a question regarding the acts of violence against the Black community within the Durham region and the way that it was handled by the board, and the way that the administrators within the school were told to react and speak to parents about it. It was downplayed significantly by administrators and by the board. And I would like to know why.
Thank you, and I'm passing this off to Associate Director Jim Markowski.
Through you, Chair, and thank you for the question, Nicole. So on Wednesday of last week, May 10th, we were first made aware of the situation where materials were discovered in and around Alexander Graham Public School. We sent a letter out to the community at the time. This would have been last Wednesday, and it clearly stated that, and I want to use the exact wording, posters were found depicting inappropriate and offensive racist slurs, messaging, and imagery. We contacted Durham Regional Police Services. We were engaged in an investigation at the time. I will say that the situation was evolving. By Thursday, we found out that similar imagery was found at 3 additional schools at within the Ajax municipality. Similar messaging went out to those school communities. By Friday into the weekend, again, through regular contact with Durham Regional Police Services, we had a better understanding of what was taking place. We made the decision over the weekend to provide a communication to all families along with communication to our administrators, providing information on the entire situation. There was a media release that was sent through DRPS, and we also stated that the DDSB strongly and unequivocally condemns these acts of anti-Black racism and hate. I don't know in terms of specific school-based situations. I would really need to get a better understanding to fully answer that question, but I would actually encourage you to follow up with the school principal. And if there's things that do require further attention at the local level, that's something we could definitely support any parent and family with.
Thank you. Just a second, I have to put the speaker on, and please keep it short and to the question, original question. Thank you.
Sure. The posters that went out, as well as the false letter that was on DDSB letterhead, I'm not sure if they're both related or not, but they are both extreme acts of, they are not racial slurs, they're acts of violence against the Black community. So anytime you say you want to cleanse a community of a particular race, that is violence. And when you use racist imagery and language, and then children don't know, we have children from younger ages who don't know what these imageries are, don't know what the language is, and then coming into school Friday, using it against Black and racialized children, because the school has been told not to talk about it. And now the schools want to have symposiums on Black excellence.
Okay, can we have
Yeah,
the
I'm
question,
almost done.
please?
This is important.
This is important.
important.
Shorten the question, please.
Absolutely. So why am I here defending this? Why am I here? Why did the school not call it what it is? And why did it take 4 or 5 days for DDSB to call it anti-Black racism? Because if more parents knew what was on those flyers,
Okay, that's your question.
if more parents knew what was on the flyers, we'd have more parents here arguing about this. They don't know. They don't know how violent it is. And our children are forced to sit all day. All day they were traumatized, whether through social media.
We have your question. We understand the sensitivity of this question and so forth. I would like Associate Director Markovsky to answer it, please. Thank you.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. Nicole, I'm not going to sit here and dispute to you the impact, the harmful impact this had on families, and I would concur that the impact that we've heard from our families in ensuring that our environments are safe, that's without question. We did have supports dispatched to each of those schools to ensure that if there was harm or trauma that needed to be addressed, that there was a point of contact for all students and families. I'm going to say this to you again. A lot of the messaging that we do, we're very careful of, trying to understand the information and facts that we have at the time. Again, in this case, working directly with DRPS. Once we felt it was at a point where we can, based on the information that was presented, communicate accordingly, we did so. I'm not sitting here, I think there's pieces that you're describing in terms of the local school level. I'd happily unpack with you to get a better understanding and supports that we could provide, and if that's something you want to take offline, I'm happy to commit to doing that with you. Thank you.
Thank you. I would now like to invite Mario Cagnello to come forward to ask a question.
That was pretty close. Thank you for having me. During the DDSB Standing Committee meeting on May 1st, 2023, the board presented evidence of the impact of the graduation coach for Black students program on Black students. While the intent of this program is noble, we feel it would be more appropriate and less stigmatizing to change the program name to the Graduation Coach Program and make it more inclusive and offering help and support to students who are struggling or disadvantaged based on economic or social family circumstances. regardless of race. Would the board consider changing the program to help those struggling to achieve, whether they are black, white, or another race, and simply assist the lowest achievers and/or those in greatest social economic need?
Thank you. I'll ask Superintendent Margaret Lazarus.
Thank you, Chair Edwards, and through you, thank you for the question. It's a very important question, and as a board, we are committed to equitable outcomes for all of our students. The graduation program is a program that's funded by the ministry, and they give the parameters of the program, and one of which is that it must serve historically marginalized communities, of which we have the Indigenous community and the Black community that the programs are created for. Our provincial and DDSB data shows that Black students have been historically marginalized within the education system, and as a result have not been well served. The program aims to identify and eliminate systemic barriers and school-based barriers that negatively impact the Black experience. And I thank you for your feedback about changing the name of the program, and we can certainly look into that moving forward. However, the provision of services needed for our underserved Black students would remain the same. Our guidance counselors are in all of our secondary schools, and they support all students, and the program is inclusive and effective for all of our students. Still, we want to be sure to engage with our guidance counselors in strategic conversations to continue to meet the needs of all of our students. The graduation coach for Black students is just one way to meet with precision the needs of a specified and targeted community that has been given to us by the Ministry of Education.
Thank you. Do you have a supplemental? Is that question any clarification for the answer, but just that question that you're going to have? There's no second questions. Thank you. You need to put the speaker on, and as I said, your supplementary is around the answer or the original question. You need to put the. Thank you.
There we go. Sorry about that. If this change were implemented, the communities currently in the most need, for example, if that is Black or Indigenous communities, they would still get the same amount of help. This would be an expansion of the graduation coach program. Basing it on economic and social need would make the program more inclusive and far less stigmatizing, like I mentioned earlier, towards Black students. The available data on academic and vocational outcomes confirms for years that difficulties correlate far more highly.
And could you please come to the question, the supplemental question?
That's basically it. So we're trying to, create a level playing field and get help for everyone. So I think it's really unfair that you're dividing people and categorizing them and helping them in terms of race, because it's really, and the thing about that is that you want everyone to be, you guys are always in this big thing about making people safe and feeling welcome, but you're really doing a shitty job, and you're dividing it. And this is part of.
Thank you. We're going to move on to the next question. The next question is from, I'd like Jessica Wilkins to pose her question. Thank you. Jessica Wilkins.
Dress codes have been removed from elementary schools. Why? For what purpose? When I was in public school, it was not appropriate to show your stomach. You could not wear strapless shirts, spaghetti straps, or a sports bra, and it was not acceptable for your thong to hang out of your pants. We send our children We send our children to schools so they can learn how to problem solve, have healthy interactions, and learn how to effectively communicate with peers, and ultimately leave school a productive member of society. This includes how to dress for success. There are reports of young students in elementary school wearing spaghetti straps or none at all. They are showing their midsection or wearing sports bras as shirts. Would this be acceptable in a workplace? Is it an acceptable work environment for staff having minors walking around half naked? Why have
Again,
dress codes?
could we pose to your
Yeah,
question?
I'm getting there. Why have dress codes been removed from schools? Was this a board decision? What has removing dress codes for elementary students accomplished on an academic level? Is my description of how some students are dressing an acceptable way to dress for a job?
Okay, it's one question.
Are we promoting self-respect in regards to attire in public
It's one question that you're allowed
schools?
to ask, and we will get...
If you'd stop interrupting everyone, we could finish.
We will let
Thanks.
Superintendent Garrett Crossell respond to the first question.
Through you, Chair.
Who's answering?
Me. After extensive consultation with students, parents, guardians, and community members, the DDSB dress code policy was last updated in 2020. This policy informs the district procedure for school-level dress codes. The previous dress code policy could sometimes be difficult to apply, uphold, or defend without relying on subjective or moralistic arguments or calls to authority. It also did fully consider or meet our obligations to prevent potential discriminatory, disproportionate, and harmful impacts on certain groups. The updated policy reflects a wider paradigm shift in education that recognizes the connection between well-being, achievement, as well as the essential role of relationships, human rights, and equity in well-being. The current
I would ask the audience, the members of the public, to refrain from making noise. It doesn't allow for the trustees to hear the decisions or the individual asking the question. Thank you.
The current dress code considers and honors the diverse identities and needs of the school community, recognizes and addresses the harmful, discriminatory, and disproportionate impacts of dress codes on certain students because of their identity or identities, and reflects the principles of human rights, equity, diversity, well-being, safety, and inclusion, including legal obligations under the Human Rights Code.
Thank you. Again, I would ask the audience to please keep the noise down, or we'll not be able to continue with this question period. If you are going to ask a supplemental, it must be short. We have many questions to come forward, and it is, again, relevant to the answer that was provided or supplement to the original question. Thank you. We're moving on to Tish Conlon to ask the question.
As a person who speaks internationally on health and resilience, I'm extremely concerned about policies being promoted by Durham District School Board under the mental health and well-being. My question to the board is, what are you doing to course correct and improve mental health and well-being for our students? I'd like your answer to address these three areas that deeply affect emotional and psychological safety and well-being for our children, even the parents and communities. These policies are causing massive harm with fear-mongering, division, and hate, and our children are suffering because of it. Number one, fear. This board enforced the worst lockdowns in the world during COVID without proper science, forced our children to mask without following safety regulations. They only stopped this abuse when concerned parents pressured the board multiple times. This has still caused massive mental and physical health issues. Number two, division. This board promotes Marxist ideologies like critical race theory, which teaches the kids to identify as victims or label others as persecutors. All kids are wonderful and beautiful, but critical race theory teaches hate and division instead of love and respect. This board needs to stop dividing groups and stop the discriminatory practice of flying special interest flags that favor one group instead of unifying all kids.
And again, I would suggest
these policies need to unify all kids independent of race, gender, sexual preference, or economic status with our one great Canadian flag and common Canadian values like respect and tolerance. Number three, this board needs to stop teaching hate. They are teaching false gender ideologies that's causing an epidemic of
Okay, I am going to, I have cut you off because this is longer than the question that you had submitted to be provided. This is... Could you please be removed, step away from the podium, as you've already asked the question and it was not the one that was submitted. Thank you. The next question we're moving on to, as far as this the next question we're moving on to. I'm just going to call a 5-minute recess and we'll go back to the question period at this point in time. Thank you. We will continue with question period. However, I will say that we will follow questions that will be asked. We'll follow the rules and guidelines of question period that is in our bylaw. The question that is asked is the one that is submitted. The last question was not the question that was submitted. So we will move on to the next question, which is Jeanette Miller. We will ask the next question. Could you please? We are going to move on to the next question. Please, Jeanette Miller. We can move forward. Thank you. We'll move on to Jeanette Miller, please. Forward, move the question. Thank you.
Good evening. The Government of Canada website provides rules for flying the national flag of Canada. The following is an excerpt specific to flying our national flag on a flagpole. On a flagpole, the national flag will always be flown on its own flagpole, with the sleeve nearest to the pole. The canton should be placed in the position nearest the top of the flagpole or mast. It is improper to fly the national flag with another flag of any type on the same flagpole. My question to this council is, why are they disregarding this rule and in so disrespecting our nation's flag by flying additional flags together with our national flag on the flagpoles at our local schools?
I will pass this question on to Associate Director Jim Markowski.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, and I want to thank you for your question tonight. I want to go back and reference some of the information from the Government of Canada website, and that'll give some context. So on the Government of Canada website, there is a section about, it's called About National Flag of Canada Etiquette, and I would actually refer you to that. So it specifically states, the manner in which flags may be displayed in Canada is not governed by any legislation, but rather established practice. The rules applied by the federal government are in no way mandatory for individuals or organizations. So that's actually word for word right from the Government of Canada website. The Education Act here in Ontario has specific language in relation to the flying of flags. We, in accordance to the Ministry of Education, we have an established flag procedure that provides operational guidance of how flags are flown within the DDSB. Under section 1.0G of the procedure, it does state where a school only has one flagpole, and that's common, I would say, across many schools across the province, the school may fly a special occasion flag below the Canadian flag on the same pole. So I'm just stating that based on our procedures and alignment, that what schools are doing, there is actual procedures that they would follow in such circumstances.
Could you push the, thank you.
Rules override the heritage flag rules, and it does say rules in there. On the front it says they are etiquette, but in there it says rules. And no, Ontario, Durham should not override anything with our national flag.
Thank you. Associate Director Markowski.
And thank you, and through you, Chair, I think I would just refer you back to what was stated. There is no legislation in terms of what is stated there. It's established practice, and that's all.
The question has been answered at this point in time. We're going to move on as far as to get this question. I have Chris. I don't have a last name. I have Chris to come forward and ask their question. Chris, that's all.
So my question is also on the flagpoles. I'm just curious, who's in charge of what flags are flown on the schools? Is it the school themselves or the board?
Again, Associate Director Markovsky, please.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, and thank you for the question, Chris. So we do have, as I mentioned in the previous response, under our school operations department, there's a flag procedure. We give guidance and direction to schools in terms of flying of flags, which is all in alignment to our procedure and language that's captured within the Education Act. That being said, if there are occasions where a school is making a request to fly a flag, it would go through the operations department for approval. But in a nutshell, it is based on directive through our school operations department, which does come centrally to the board.
Supplemental. Again, pertinent to the answer or the original question. Thank you.
So last month we had the rainbow flag, and then 2 months ago was the rainbow flag. This month was the transgender flag. In the interest of equality, will we be flying the heterosexual flag at any point? Or how about we just stop sexualizing our flagpoles and fly the Canadian flag?
Again, you've asked a supplemental question. Thank you very much.
Why was that not a supplemental? It's got to do with the flagpole. Why are we flying? Where's our inclusivity? Where's the heterosexual flag?
Moving on to the next question. We're moving on to Teresa Redcar. Teresa Redcar, if she could come forward and ask her question. Again, we're moving on to the next question. Teresa Redcar, if she can move forward. Teresa Redcar, if you could come forward to answer the question, please. Ask her your question, please. We have a slew of questions here that we need to get through, and we have answered the question. We are moving on to the next question. I've asked Teresa Redcar to come forward to ask her question. If she could please move forward and ask her question. Again, the questions that must be that are put forward ahead of time are the questions that should be asked. There's no flourishing and embellishing the question. It's what was presented. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. If the Ontario government requires that parents have the opportunity to opt their children out of sexual and gender education in the health curriculum, how do you justify teaching children about these concepts outside of the health class? For example, schools will be raising the Progress Pride flag this week, where students will be required to sit through a presentation on this topic.
Associate Jim Makovsky.
Thank you. Thank you, and through you, Chair, thank you for your question this evening. So we do have a responsibility under the Ministry of Education directives to teach about diverse identities within our schools and our communities. This would include all identities that are protected under the Human Rights Code and the diverse identities that make up our school communities. It's important that students see themselves, regardless of their identity, reflected in their school environment, their friends, their families, and then ultimately how it is that we reflect those identities within our teaching and learning spheres.
A supplemental, again, pertinent to the answer.
Okay, so you're talking about the Human Rights Code. Yes, it does give them, under the Human Rights Code, in the section refers to a protective class, but the Human Rights Code does not give the Durham District School Board or the Education Act the power to indoctrinate our children and also, sexualize them to this sort of thing. Nothing, it doesn't mention that in the Human Rights Code whatsoever.
Again, Associate Director Murkowski, as far as that isn't a question per se, but again, I think it's clear to state the difference between the Education Act and what the Human Rights, basically, code allows around that. And the Human Rights Code has supremacy over the all other provincial legislation. Go ahead, Associate Director Markovsky.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. And I think the piece that I would add to that is that we do have ministry directives in terms of our work that we're doing in the area of human rights. There's policies and procedures that we've released over the past year that has very specific directives in terms of responsibilities, has an accountability framework, and that's all in alignment to Ministry of Education requirements.
Thank you. Then we'll move on to the next question because you've had your supplementary question. We're moving on to the next question is Jim Beltria-Ganis. The next question, I believe, is from Jim Beltria-Ganis. The button, it's already pressed. I'll push it for you. There you go.
Am I okay? Okay. Does the DDSB mandate background or police checks for guest speakers who are permitted into the school classrooms to read or speak to students, especially young students? Is there a DDSB mandate for schools to vet more or less people who are coming in? Police checks, background checks, those kind of things.
Thank you. And I'm going to pass this question on to Superintendent Gary Crossdale.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. The DDSB has a collection for the collection of criminal background checks, procedures that provides operational direction. Under Section 2.1 of the procedure, the principal, superintendent, or designate may at any time require any person, including a school volunteer, to complete a criminal reference check. It would be under the discretion of the school principal to determine whether a volunteer is required to complete a criminal reference check.
And okay, it will be a supplementary, but I honestly, I don't know how anybody in the audience who can actually respectfully hear the answers to the questions. The key is to respect. You're supposed to listen, to learn, And that's the thing that we tell our students, that we listen to learn. Could you please be quiet? All right, the next question. Sorry, could you push the button, please, again?
So in the answer, I heard that they may require it. And my question, I need to reiterate it, please, I implore you, make it mandatory that they must background check. I mean, who do we know what we're putting in front of young children? That's my concern. That's just my only concern is the young children. When my kids were young, I went to the school, right? And I made sure. But too many parents have no time. They don't have time to chase these things. It's up to the board to protect children, especially with guest speakers that they brought in front of them. Make it a mandate, that's all. Thank you. Make it a mandate.
I'm going to call on Associate Director Jim Markosby, because I know that we do have mandatory police checks for our volunteers that come in, and there's a screening process as well for any community members as far as providing learning material resources as well. If you could please clarify that.
So, thank you, and through you, Chair. So there's two procedures, and Superintendent Crossfield really touched on it. We do have a procedure that specifically speaks to volunteer programs in schools, and within that, we do require that volunteers complete a form. Part of the application process when they are filling out that form is the criminal reference check. It is discretionary, as Superintendent Crossdale mentioned, that through the principal or superintendent or a designate, that we may require the individual to complete a form. Volunteers play a variety of roles, and depending on the role that they're playing in that moment in time, there is discretion used in the point of the principal to complete that form. We could absolutely take your feedback into consideration as we look to review our policies and procedures.
Thank you. The remaining questions will be read into the record by Interim Executive Lead Kathy Withrow, but I would ask if she could start with the one question that the individual wasn't here, so it is read into the record. It was from Saeed Mozamil, and that question, please. It was I think the sixth question.
Thank you, through the chair. To be read into the record, the question was going to be read in person. This question was prepared by the Durham Parents United Group and will be presented. The question is about the flag raising. The DDSB will hoist the pride flag as a mark of respect for the International Day Against Homophobia, Biphobia, and Transphobia. Moreover, the pride flag will fly high for the entire month of June, and it will be prominently displayed in the school premises and classroom. Although acknowledging and raising awareness for marginalized communities is crucial, demonstrating solidarity beyond the 2S LGBTQIA community is equally significant. Therefore, to foster inclusivity and recognize the diversity of the community, can the DDSB make a commitment to raise flags for various recognized international days and celebrations, including National Day for Truth and Reconciliation, celebration days for diverse religions like Christianity, Easter, Judaism, Hanukkah, Islam, Ramadan, and Eid, Hindu Diwali, and other marginalized groups, such as the Uyghur people who are globally acknowledged as an oppressed group.
And Associate Director Jim Markosky.
So, through you, Chair, and thank you for the question that was submitted. I do want to start off by just acknowledging that raising flags is one of many approaches that the DDSB takes to educate and bring awareness to the various identities of our community. We recognize the importance of the Pride Progress flag as a symbol of inclusivity for 2S LGBTQI individuals and other groups that have been historically marginalized. As a result, we have a commitment to flying the flag from May 17th, as was mentioned, to the end of June, in recognition of the International Day Against Homophobia, Biphobia, and Transphobia, along with Pride Month. I will note that we do raise the flags at the Education Center for other events as well, such as Louis Riel Day. We raise the Métis flag and Franco-Ontario Day. Those are just some examples. Schools and our system in general celebrate diversity of our community in many ways. And this is where, although the pride flag is an example in terms of its symbolism of inclusivity with our 2S LGBTQI community, we also recognize that there are many forms of events that take place in our school and classrooms that celebrate diversity. For example, teachings in the classroom every day, school events and celebrations. There's engagement with community partners. We do that frequently in terms of how it is that we celebrate the diversity of identities within the Durham region. Our websites, newsletters, and social media are also communication channels. So I just want to bring attention to that beyond just flags, there's a variety of methods that we do to celebrate diversity here in Durham region.
Thank you, and then we'll move on to the rest of the questions that are moved and reading into the record, please. All right, I will allow you to come and ask a supplemental. Thank you. And your name, please? And your name, please? Could you just push it on? Thank you.
Naveed Bahadur. The end of that first question, it also says it is imperative for the DDSB to actively promote inclusivity and recognition for all marginalized communities rather than focusing solely on one group. What I wanted to say is that you're talking about marginalized groups. The group that you're referring to that has a flag up, the indigenous community, the black community, the Jewish community, the Muslim community has been marginalized much longer than this group. So why don't they at least have a flag, whereas you're putting the flag up for a group that hasn't been marginalized as long or facing as much hatred as long as other groups for much longer? I asked simply to Quincy Jones last year from the Equity Department, why can't we see a Black History flag or something for Islamophobia? Muslims, Hindus, different ethnic groups are facing a lot more racism for a lot longer. So how come we don't have those specifically?
Associate Director Markovsky.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, and I want to thank you for coming up and sharing your question. I do, and again, I want to say this with sensitivity, flags are simply one strategy. We work very closely with our various community partners. And I apologize, it's hard to speak over that.
Could you please, again, the noise in the audience is, the noise is stopping from the Associate Director from answering the question.
I could sit here and name to you a variety of strategies that we use. And sir, the way I would answer that is that we don't sit there and differentiate a similar approach to all identities. We work with our communities.
We're going to call basically another recess. Thank you very much, and thank you for the questions. excuse me, I will call again this meeting to order. What we're going to do is we're going to continue on, but as far as public question period is concerned, we will have those questions with the answers posted like we have done in the past. Any of those continued questions at this point in time. And so we're going to continue on with this meeting before we go, we'll go back in so we can continue on with this agenda and get most of this agenda pushed forward. Trustee Thompson, you had a question? Okay. All right. So moving on to, I'm going to turn it over to Trustee Thatcher on the report from the Committee of the Whole in camera.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. The Board approved the actions of the Committee of the Whole in camera and adopted the motions made at the Committee of the Whole in camera meeting as follows. The disclosure of intimate personal or financial information in respect of a member of the Board or Committee, an employee or prospective employee of the Board, or a pupil, or his or her parent or guardian. Decisions in respect to negotiations with employees of the Board, litigation affecting the Board, and administrative transfers and placement. Chair Edwards, this is my report. I move So what are we doing now then? Chair Edwards, this is my report.
Thank you. We will reconvene that report when we come back after we've completed our in-camera session. Moving on to item number 10, the good news of the system. Okay, the good news of the system. Director Camille Williams-Taylor.
Through you, Chair. At this point, given the hour and given that we have unfortunately had to clear the gallery, my proposal to the board is that we post the Good News to the System video so that it is publicly available and we are able to recognize what it is that our students and our systems have been undertaking. Through you.
Thank you. Moving on to then the recommended actions. The first item is 11A, and it's around the student trustee vacancy. A student trustee who is elected for the 2023-24 school year has stepped down, and I will ask for yourself. To basically provide us a summary with sort of the process around filling that vacancy. If I'd ask Councillor Cotter, please.
Thank you, and through you, Chair Edwards. So under the board's bylaws, the board does have 3 student trustees, which is consistent with the Education Act. The regulations under the Education Act provide that the board shall have at least 2, but not more than 3 student trustees. The board did have a student trustee election, and 3 positions were filled, but following the election, one of the elected student trustees has indicated they do not wish to proceed and is stepping aside. So we now have a vacancy for a student trustee position. Under the board's bylaws, the board may fill the vacancy, and that's consistent with the Education Act, which provides that the regulation under the Education Act says that if the board determines that a vacancy shall be filled, it shall be filled by a by-election. So on my reading of the Education Act, the regulations, and our bylaws, there is a vacancy. The board has the discretion to fill it, and if it's to be filled, it will just initiate the normal election process as set out in the existing bylaws. Subject to any questions you may have, that is the report.
If we have any questions, Trustee Morton.
I don't have a question. I want to move that we fill that 3rd trustee position.
Okay, we have a motion, and that again, be filled, to fill the vacancy and filled by the by-election process, like, according to our bylaws, correct?
Absolutely correct.
Okay, and I have a seconder, Trustee Brown. Now we'll have discussions. I have Trustee Cameron, the student Trustee Cameron.
Thank you, Chair. I definitely support filling the vacancy. I was just wondering when staff might be able to get an election done by, whether before the end of the year or in September. Okay.
Okay, Superintendent Davis.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. We can start the process as soon as possible because the idea would be to get the by-election done and have the trustee by the end of the school year.
Any other questions? Student Trustee Gwen Kurt.
I guess this is just more of a piece of additional information, but we do have someone who's interested in the position in the north, so it's not like if we were to run an election that nobody would run. We have people that are interested in the north. Well, as far as we know right now, we have one person who's interested, so there is a chance that the vacancy will be filled. Our staff advisor is looking through the bylaws right now as well to help facilitate this election, so we'll be underway soon.
Thank you very much for that information. Okay, so any further questions? So I have a motion on the table that basically the board fill the vacancy, student trustee vacancy, as per our by-election process outlined in our bylaws. All those in favor? Opposed? That motion carries. Thank you. The next item is the Standing Committee meeting of May 1st, and I pass this on to Vice Chair and Chair of the Standing Committee, Christine Thatcher.
Thank you.
You need to.
Thank you. Thank you, and through you, Chair Edwards. The following motion was carried, and the resolution was adopted at the Standing Committee meeting of May 1st. This motion was originally put forward at the Standing Committee meeting of April 3rd. At that meeting, it was deferred by trustees to the Standing Committee meeting of May 1st, 2023, so that the movers of the motion could consider feedback from trustees. The motion was carried at the May 1st Standing Committee meeting and is now presented at board for trustee approval. So the motion was approved by Trustee Deb Oldfield and seconded by Trustee Shailene Panillo, and the motion is as follows: that the Board of Trustees strike an ad hoc committee comprised of all trustees with input from student trustees, school administrators, union representatives, and senior staff with the purpose of information gathering, monitoring, and evaluating issues related but not limited to incidents of violence and harassment, including any and all interrelated issues that may arise or be presented to the committee. The committee shall collaboratively build policy, strategies, and standards for safety and sustainability, and measure the implementation of the collaborative plans.
Okay, so that motion, I am assuming that Trustee Oldfield and Trustee Pinello basically will still wish to have that motion stand, and their first and second are just need some affirmation of shaking heads. Thank you. So we have a motion on the floor. Any discussion about that motion? Student Trustee Ben Cameron.
Thank you, Chair. I believe the board had voted to amend the motion to comprise of all trustees and student trustees, and I don't see that reflected in the motion. I'm wondering why.
I believe that amendment failed. If you look through the minutes of the meeting, it actually goes through the various process, and the final one is the motion that was finally approved. Let me just check and confer with Council Cotter as far as through the minutes.
Thank you, and through you, Chair Edwards.
Yeah, I'm just reading the final one at the bottom as far as one was partial was defeated, but that piece was put in. So the final motion that was carried, and I apologize that I'm looking at the minutes, the final motion that was carried, that the Board of Trustees strike an ad hoc committee comprised of all trustees and student trustees with input from student trustees, school administrators, union representatives, and senior staff, the purpose of information gathering, monitoring, and evaluating issues related, but not limited to, incidents of violence and harassment, including any and all interrelated issues that may arise or be presented to the committee. The committee shall collaboratively build policies, strategies, and standards for safety and sustainability and measure the implementation of the collaborative plans. And I apologize for that error. That was my error. We'll move on. That is the motion that was carried, and as I said, it's been first and seconded by Trustee Pinello and Trustee Oldfield. Any discussion on that motion that is on the floor? Trustee Stone.
Thank you. I just want to say, and you've probably mentioned this before, Chair Edwards, we have previously had an ad hoc committee very similar to this. I think it started around 2017, 2018, that had trustees involved. To me, this falls into operations, and I think it's a matter of too many people on this committee that maybe shouldn't be giving information or giving should be on the committee and not be giving things around policy, building policy. That is what trustees do. If trustees want more information about incidents of violence, we already get reports around this. I don't know the purpose of this committee is, it's superfluous. We've got trustees who already work with the policies and staff that work around giving us reports when we want more information around violence and harassment, then we can get it. So that committee was, the ad hoc committee that we had, I know was dissolved. I think there were too many people in there. I think that just toes were stepped on. Chair Edwards, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think there ended up being a problem with that, and I think we're moving over into operations, so I would not agree with this. Thanks.
Thank you, Trustee Stone. Trustee Oldfield.
Thank you, Chair. This committee is not meant to be operational. Certainly, any committee, as it goes through its process, there may be things that come up that the staff person who is on the committee may find a reason to bring back to staff, and there may be operational ideas or situations that come out of that. Like every committee, I sit on SEAC, and very clearly there's policy, there's information. I learn things by sitting on that committee, by speaking to the community participants on that committee. There are operational things that come out of that committee that staff go away and do. And as a trustee, I come back and I report to the board and bring information back so that we're informed and are able to consider that information when we do develop policy, when we do review policy. So I don't know that there's such a thing as a committee really where both doesn't happen. As trustees, our role is policy and procedure. As staff, it's operational. And committees create both, potentially. So one's not exclusive of the other. That's how committees are. They should provide information so that both aspects of the board function, the operational and the policy and procedure, or the governance piece of it.
Thank you, Trustee Oldfield. Do I have any other questions? Just looking online as well, just to make sure. I don't see any. Sorry, Trustee Thatcher.
Thank you, Chair Edwards. I think probably we should have done the second part first here. It's laid out a little differently really than what should have happened. I'm happy to go to the second part and then come back to voting on that motion. So
It's okay. We've discussed the process.
as long as it's carried, if it's carried,
Yeah.
or defeated, if it's defeated.
Okay, so we're going to, as I said, we have a motion on the floor. Any other questions? And I'm not seeing any other questions. I am going to call that vote. Can I have all those in favor? No, it does not. Anybody opposed? Okay. That motion is carried. Then moving on to this second, I have to actually approve the minutes of, move the actions of, the minutes of the May Standing Committee meeting. Thanks. Trustee Thatcher.
Thank you, Chair. I move that the board approve the minutes of the May 1st, 2023 Standing Committee and adopt the other resolutions that were passed.
We have, Trustee Thatcher has moved. Do I need a seconder? Trustee Pinello? Anybody, all those in favor? Opposed? That motion carries. Thank you. Okay, moving on to the parliamentary support. I'm going to pass that on to Director Camille Williams-Taylor.
Thank you, through you, Chair. The report can be found on page 34 of the package. Per the meeting, the Standing Committee meeting, the board has proposed a plan around professional learning to establish some common understanding and clarity around parliamentary rules, rules of committee, and we were asked as staff to bring back a plan for engaging the parliamentarian. So on page 35 of the very short report, you will find, 35 of your package, second page of the report, a proposed learning framework as directed by trustees to bring forward, by staff to bring forward to you for approval to go forward. So step one identifies the first two meetings, an invitation for the professional learning to start with an observation and consultation, and so the parliamentarian would do an observation of two meetings of the committee. The next step would allow the consultant to meet with our parliamentarian, who is our internal counsel, as well as chair and vice chair, and director in the role of secretary of the board, to establish some feedback and a timeline and some structures for the professional learning to happen, and then thirdly, we would come back at the end of June to bring forward the plan that has been discussed for the board to approve us to proceed with how it is that professional learning will continue from September to December. The recommendation being that that plan would be broken down into two pieces, September, October, with an opportunity to recalibrate if it is necessary, and then November, December if we are going to proceed. So as asked, the plan is outlined, step 1, 2, 3, and our recommendation is that the Board of Trustees approve the proposed framework for learning engagement on the parliamentary procedure as presented in this short report.
I have Trustee Thatcher.
I am in total agreement with the arrangement here, and so I would like to move that the Board of Trustees approve the proposed framework for learning engagement on parliamentary procedure as presented in this report.
Okay, I have a first. I need a seconder. Where we have a discussion on the motion, I need a seconder. Trustee Pinello. Now we're open to discussion, so we have Trustee Linton.
So is this where we discuss the who would be doing this education? Who would be supporting this process?
Yes.
Okay.
Basically the who, I believe it's the proposed framework that we're talking about at this point in time.
So we don't discuss the who would be doing it?
Sorry, through you, Chair Edwards, the motion from the standing committee, as I understand it, was named the person, and that's been approved by the board already.
Do you have a question about the framework, the proposed framework?
Again, I guess I didn't get the answer to my first question in terms of the who.
I'll pass it over to Director Camille Williams-Taylor.
Thank you, through you, Chair. So I believe the question the trustee is asking is this the opportunity to discuss the person who would be providing the consultation? That item was raised in camera in the standing committee meeting. There was a motion with the name recommended. There was a discussion and it was approved, and then it was confirmed in a board meeting subsequent to that. So that item has been dealt with, and that has been passed by the board. And in the approval of the individual, we were then directed as staff to go away and come back with a framework for trustees to approve the nature of that engagement, and that's why it is presented here on page 35.
Trustee Linton, is that your answer to your question?
I guess maybe my next, it does and it doesn't. So I'm just wondering if, at what point are we able to talk publicly and transparently around what that selection process looked like how that person was identified?
Through you, Chair, I would ask Council Cotter to speak to that process, given that it was an undertaking in camera, and so I'm not sure if there's anything further that can be said here.
Yeah, I think given that it was an in-camera discussion around it, I think either the committee or the board would have to pass a resolution authorizing disclosure of that sort of information. Obviously, it will become public at some point when the individual attends, but the decision as to who and what process would be followed, whether that would be a competitive tender and those sort of discussions, I think it's fair to say those discussions have already taken place, and the board made a decision on that matter to retain the consultant.
And we, just to add to that we did follow our procurement process and the ability as far as our process and our policies around that as well. So just as, again, okay, Trustee Linton.
And through you, Chair, maybe I can connect with Council Cotter at a later date to work out how we can bring that
to public in terms of being transparent with the way the decision came forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have Trustee Brown.
And thank you, and through you, Chair. Just some clarification around observation and consultation. Is that going to be in person or virtual?
Thank you, through you, Chair. So in discussion with a number of the trustees who were involved with bringing this forward, the recommendation was in-person opportunity. And so what has been contemplated is that the first step would be an in-person observation, and then in the discussion about how it is that the way forward would be put together, that would be contemplated as to where it's necessary for in-person and where the observation virtually or meetings virtually would be considered. So to answer the question, in the May and June meetings in person, and then subsequent a decision made as to what is appropriate for the following observations and engagements from September through to December.
I'm seeing no further questions at this point in time, so that motion is on the floor, put forward by Trustee Thatcher, seconded by Trustee Piniello. All those in favor? Opposed? That motion is carried. Moving on to item 11D, revised consolidated bylaws. At this point in time, I will pass this on to Trustee Tracy Brown.
Thank you, and through you, Chair Edwards, I bring forward as recommended action, agenda item 11D, revised consolidated bylaw. On pages 36 to 89 of the agenda package, you will find a report regarding proposed revisions to several sections of the consolidated bylaw. I would like to bring forward a motion to the Board of Trustees recommended that the amendments to the consolidated bylaws be adopted.
And as far as process is concerned, in order to do that, we will have to go through all the individual proposed amendments by section. And so I'm going to basically have Councillor Cotter, I apologize, Councillor Cotter, to basically do the summary, and then we will go through, and I will make sure that people know what the page number is. So it's section by section that we're going through this. So starting off with section 1 of the proposed amendment and application, section 1 proposed and application. Councillor Cotter.
Thank you, and through you, Chair Edwards. So the only proposed change and I'm going to use the chart, which I think is easier, but trustees are obviously free to look at the full bylaw, but I will reference the pages in the chart, starting on page 37, which contains the track changes and the rationale for the proposed change. So the only change to section 1 is section 1.5. The change there deals with proposed amendments to the bylaws, which used to contain the sort of notice of motion and going from one board to another. Now that change now provides that a proposed amendment to the bylaw would come to the board in the same manner as a change to any policy, which is dealt with in section 5.5.8, which is found on page 38, and I think for the sake of completeness, I should draw the board's attention to that as well. That says that a policy change, which would then be incorporated for bylaw changes as well, shall come to the board on the recommendation of the Governance and Policy Committee, and in bringing a matter to the board for consideration, the Governance and Policy Committee shall recommend to the board whether the matter should be considered at that meeting or at the next meeting of the board. So the intention is that obviously it's the board's decision as to whether it needs more time, but the Governance and Policy Committee will be the one that will have drafted and adopted the policy or the change to the bylaws that'll be coming forward, and we'll have a good appreciation, I think, of the complexity and what may be required in terms of notice. So those are the recommendation is the committee would then make a recommendation to the board, and the board would then, if it was recommended to deal with at that meeting, it would be on the agenda as a recommended action for that meeting rather than as a notice of motion. As I say, the board could still move to defer it or to do something else with it, but it would come before the board as a recommended action for that meeting. Or the Governance and Policy Committee could say it's complex, therefore it should come as a notice of motion. So that's the change to section 1.5.
Thank you. And I have Trustee Stone has a question.
Thank you. So are we voting on these separately?
Yes, we must vote on each of them separately.
So like 1.5 and then 2.4.10?
That's correct.
Okay, great, thank you.
That's the process. So I'm going to just assume that for process, that the motion is going to be put forward by Tracy Brown, and then I will need a seconder, and then we will have discussion. So the motion is on the floor as a proposed amendment should come to the board in the same manner as policy amendment under section 5.5.8, and that also is, if you looked at the original strikeout version of it is on page 54 of the package. Trustee Thatcher, are you seconding that?
Yes, I can do.
Okay, we have a seconder. Now, a discussion, Trustee Thatcher?
Thank you, and through you, Chair. I did have some concern about this because I would be concerned that there is sufficient discussion around any changes to our bylaws. But I just wanted to clarify, am I understanding it correctly then, that the Governance and Policy Committee can make that decision as to whether or not it comes through as a recommended action or requiring further notice or further discussion and as a notice of motion? Did I hear that correctly? Through you, Chair.
Through you, Chair. That is correct. The only caveat I would state to your summary is that the Governance and Policy Committee, the decision it makes, of course, is always just a recommendation, but you're right. So they make a resolution, and their resolution would say that this go to board as a notice of motion, or the resolution from governance would be this go to board at the next meeting for adoption. And then it would show up on the agenda based on the resolution coming out of Governance and Policy. That's correct.
And just yes, and that was what I understood. Thank you. If that is a recommended action, I know after much discussion at the Governance and Policy Committee meeting, obviously, but if that comes through as a recommended action, would we still have the option of putting forward a motion to send it back to Governance for further discussion, should that be required?
Through you, Chair Edwards, yes. So as with any motion, the options would be to refer it to committee, which would be back to the Governance and Policy Committee. You could also postpone it to the next board meeting as well if you wanted that sort of have that month-to-month notice period. So both of those options would be on the table.
Okay. Thank you. I support this motion.
Okay, I'm Trustee Stone.
Thank you. So I prefer leaving it the way it is and no changes made, because if something's coming directly to board, this does not give parents or people who happen to miss the Governance and Policy meeting where it was discussed, doesn't give them time to talk about it, to research it, whatever has to be done. It doesn't give parents enough time to come forward with questions if it goes straight to board and you're supposed to vote on it that night. So I would prefer to leave it as is and not change it. Thank you.
Sorry, thank you, Trustee Stone. Any other comments or questions at this point in time? Okay, so we have the motion on the floor. Can I have all those call the vote? All those in favor? Opposed? That motion carries. Moving on to basically Section 2, student trustee. The amendment is around 2E, I believe, but I will pass it on back to Council Cotter.
Yes, thank you. And through you, Chair Edwards, yes, so Section 2, the changes are to Section 2.410, sub E. It's a new paragraph that student trustees shall be expected to communicate and forward all resolutions passed and recommendations made by the Student Senate to the board. And then there's a deletion in G, ensure that the Student Senate is organized for their term, and then there's a deletion with each student. We're not there, but with each sharing duties as chair, meaning with each student sharing duties as chair. So those are the two amendments for Section 2.
Okay, so that is thing. So I'm going to ask before we have a discussion on it. It's going to be motioned by Trustee Brown. I have a seconder for that, Trustee Pinello. Now we open for discussion, and Trustee Linton.
Sorry, it's not about this. I couldn't press my button quick enough. Do we also record if somebody abstains from voting?
As far as somebody abstains at this point in time, I don't think it particularly, I'm going to my mind is a little fuzz right now. Council Cotter.
So most votes are not recorded, so you're talking about a vote at a board meeting or a committee meeting?
Yeah, so you ask all who approve, all who don't approve.
Yeah, so a normal vote, the chair canvasses those for and those against based on the show of hands, or in our case, the show of check marks and X's, and declares the results of the vote. And that's not recorded in the minutes. It's available for people who may be in attendance or watching online to see what position people have taken. If a trustee does, in this setting, if a trustee does not put their hand up, it's assumed that they've abstained and their vote is not counted. They're not really to be called out for that. Sometimes when somebody's online, it's a bit challenging because you don't know if they're intending to and they haven't put up their hands. Much easier in person. If somebody doesn't participate in the vote, that's treated as them abstaining. And if it's a recorded vote, they are recorded as abstaining.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a first and a seconder, so the motion is on the table again. It's referring, if you're looking at the tracked version of thing, it's on page 57. If not, it's on page 37 and 38 of the chart. All those in favor? Six. I don't have any. One, two. Okay. And opposed? That motion is carried. Thank you. Moving on to Section 3, organizational meeting, and it's on, again, page 38 of the chart, or in your package, on tracked version on page 59. Again, it's Section 3.1.1D, where the changes are, and again, Council Cotter.
Thank you, through you, Chair Edwards. So just one deletion there. And one addition, just to address a gap regarding Vice Chair of the Committee of the Whole standing. And those are the only changes to Section 3.
Okay, a motion put forward by Tracy Brown, a seconder, Trustee Morton. Discussion. Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? That motion carries. Thank you. Moving on to Section 5, Board and Committee Meetings, Rules and Procedures, 5.5.8. And again, Council Cotter.
Thank you, and through you, Chair Edwards. So this is the section that I already referred to, that is meant to streamline the process for policies coming to board from the Governance and Policy Committee. And again, the Governance and Policy Committee may recommend whether that comes as a recommended action or a notice of motion. And those are the changes to section 5.5.8.
Okay, I'm going to have that motion has come forward, Trustee Brown, and I'll have a seconder, Trustee Thatcher. And any discussion on that item? Trustee Stone.
Thank you. Same situation. I don't know what we're in a hurry for. I think it should come to, not just go straight to board. It gives people time to think about it, time to ask questions. I don't think we're considering the parents here at all, so I would vote against it.
Thank you, Trustee Stone. Any other comments? Seeing none. Okay, so I'm going to call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? That motion is carried. Thank you. Moving on to Section 5, Board and Committee Meetings, Rules and Procedures of Process. There's several sections, basically, and I'm going to look at, for that, we're looking at all of 5.13. Unless trustees would want to pull out one particular section. Actually, we'll go 5.13.5, I guess, at this point in time, and we'll go through. There's, I think there's already considered discussion around 513.5 is a question, and then 5.13. So we'll start off with 5.13.4, Council Cotter.
Thank you, Chair Edwards, through you. So there's just one change to 5.13.4, just confirming that when an email comes in by a member of the public requesting permission to present to the standing committee, that they would include, it used to say include materials intended to be distributed, but sometimes they're not being distributed, they're just making a presentation. So is it either give us the materials you want distributed or the presentation you're going to make. So that's just a clarification that whatever you're going to either deliver to trustees or present is to be submitted with your request.
Thank you. And I'm going to assume that is going to put on the floor by Trustee Brown, and then a seconder, Trustee Arsenault. Any questions, comments? Trustee Stone.
Thank you. So we are asking for the actual presentation word for word so that we can vet this presentation.
Council Cotter.
Thank you, and through you, Chair Edwards. Yes, I think that's part of the, and you'll see as we get later into these amendments, that there is some more language and clarity around the board vetting presentations. So I think that would be certainly one reason for getting the presentation. It also may be that it needs to be put up on a board or something, in which case, executive lead of communication would need to have that in advance so that that could be made available for public viewing.
Any, Trustee Brown?
Thank you, and through you, Chair. So, Councillor Costa, just a question. It says, I'm making the assumption, I'm bringing it back to the basics, that this is like a PowerPoint presentation, that you wouldn't just come and stick your USB in, as opposed to that you have a question with a presentation. I think that is probably what the question really is. Is it that if I've got materials meaning a file somewhere, that's what would need to be checked before presenting?
That is, through you, Chair Edwards, that's correct, Trustee Brown. So there's this section 5.13 is divided into two main groups that the board will be dealing with tonight. The first is 5.13.5, which deals with, and 0.4, sorry, which deals with presentations. Presentations come forward to standing committee. They're not questions, so those come forward. Somebody says, I want to come to the board and make a presentation subject XYZ. And as you say, that is a presentation, it's not a question. So, yeah, let's have the PowerPoint, let's have your slides in advance so that, you know, we can make sure what's on them and vet them, and that then they can be loaded onto our machines or on our zip drive, and we can display it, so that's available. And then when we deal with questions, that's actually 5.13.15. So questions are dealt with separately, and those come to board.
Okay, I have student trustee Ben Cameron.
Thank you, Chair. I have a point of order. I don't think that we should be voting on each of these individually, just because the Policy and Governance Committee has already delivered the revised consolidated bylaws to the board as a package, and I think what we're looking at with these changes is just to inform the board about what is going on, because these have already been passed by the Governance Committee. And so I think if a trustee wants to make an amendment, I think that we should go through and ask if there is an amendment to each and then vote on an amendment. But if they don't have an amendment, the motion is as it is. So we're not actually approving anything when we vote to approve it.
Okay, and student trustee Cameron, yes, everything, even it's a recommendation from the governance committee, and it comes to the board for approval. As well as if you look at Robert's Rules of Order, I can't know the exact section, but it actually says that we must go through the changes one by one, and so that's what we're doing. I have done where we've done a section at a time, but because this particular section has many questions that have been brought forward, that I think it was pertinent to break it out by the point whatever, unless there is something that is pertaining to another section that we might consider. Like, I'm not going to go right down to A, B, C, D and put them separately. When it comes to 5.13.5, I will go from 5.13.5, and we will consider all of that section as that part of the section. So I'm following Robert's Rules of Order, and the board does make this decision at this point in time. Council Cotter.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Edwards, and through you. Just by way of contradistinction between bylaws and policies, policy you wouldn't have to go through in this level of detail. Policy could just come forward as an amended policy, and the board could pass it. But as Trustee Edwards, or Chair Edwards has flagged, Roberts does make a distinction when you're dealing with the board's governing bylaws, that amendments are supposed to be gone through in a more granular fashion.
And before we continue any further, I'm looking at the time, and I do need a motion to basically go past 10 o'clock. Excuse me, I think we've had where it's a half an hour or it was, I think our bylaw says 15 minutes.
I think I'm trying to get my computer doesn't seem to want to open, but I think it's, you can set the time, or if it's not set, then it's in 15-minute intervals.
Okay, so we can set the time at this point in time, and I'm going to, I can honestly say that when it comes to all what we have to go through, we're not going to, but we do have in our bylaws that we cannot go past 11 o'clock. So we can do it with one motion, say we go till 11 o'clock, and if we end early, that's great, or we do it till 10:30 and we go basically at 10:30. It's at the will of the board. Trustee Ofield.
I move that we extend the time to 11, the board meeting to 11 p.m.
Thank you, Trustee Ofield, a seconder. Trustee Thatcher. All those in favor? Can I please raise your hands again, please, so that I have? Okay, opposed? That motion carries. So we will proceed on with the with the discussion. Okay, so where were we? We were in section 5.13.4, and I believe we were going through. We had the discussion. We had the motion on the table. If I'm not correct, if I'm correct, we had a first and seconder. Trustee Stone.
I'd like a recorded vote on this.
A recorded vote on section 5.13.4. All right. So we have a request for a recorded vote. I am going to call the recorded vote. We're going to start with the vote for trustees, and then the binding vote and the non-binding vote. And I will ask Kathy Fitzpatrick to do that. Thank you.
Through you, Chair, I'm going to call the recorded vote. I'll begin with Trustee Arsenault.
I am for.
Okay. Trustee Brown?
In favor.
Trustee Cunningham? Okay. Absent?
I don't see her. Yes,
Okay.
absent.
Trustee Linton?
Abstain?
Trustee Miller?
She's not online either at this point in time.
Trustee Morton?
In favor?
Trustee Oakfield?
In favor.
Trustee Panelo?
In favor.
Trustee Stone?
Opposed.
Trustee Thatcher?
In favor.
Trustee Thompson?
In favor.
Trustee Edwards?
In favor.
We'll go to the non-binding vote for student trustee Cameron.
In favor?
Student trustee Hewitt.
In favor.
And trustee Edwards is not here. We have 8 trustees in favor and 2 student trustees in favor and 2 trustees that are absent, 1 student trustee that's absent, and we have 2 trustees that are abstaining.
Thank you. That motion carries. Moving on to the section 5.13.5, Council Cotter.
Thank you, and through you, Chair Edwards. So this is the section where we're dealing with the consideration of the request to make a presentation to the Standing Committee and whether to grant approval. We already had a section in our bylaw that the Chair of Standing would consider and grant or deny approval for presentations. So, but what the Governance and Policy Committee has done with these amendments is to provide a little more detail around the considerations, both for transparency and for processing the requests. So, Section A is just a deletion there to remove the word determine and just say that that's a consideration, whether there's an opportunity for another presentation. B is consider whether the matter is within the proper scope and authority of the Board of Trustees, or whether the matter is operational in nature or within the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Education. So, in other words, is there a point to the presentation being made to the board? Or should it be, is it a presentation that's better made to City Council or the Minister of Education, for example? C, consider whether the proposed presentation would be consistent with the board's commitment to the Human Rights Code and the board's Human Rights Policy and Indigenous Education Policy, and consider the time available for presentations to make sure that there's sufficient time to conduct the business. That was already there as well. That's just a cleanup. So those are the amendments to section 5.13.5.
Thank you. And I am going to, I'm a Trustee Brown, I'm sure you're first, you're going to be yes, for it, and then a seconder, trustee Pinello. Okay, open to questions, trustee Stone.
Thank you. First, I would like to thank the parents and members of the public for all their well-researched and well-written letters of concern. I think at the last count, I have received, and we probably all have, over 200 emails around these bylaw changes. I hope that's enough to get the attention of trustees. The concerns over this bylaw amendment are well warranted. This is not the start of a slippery slope. In fact, we're already sliding down this slope. Parents have watched and heard how parents and other members of the public have been shut down at board meetings for talking about issues of concern and are told their comments might be contrary to the human rights policy, and therefore the parent must stop their questions or presentations. This bylaw could in fact restrict people's freedom of expression and stop parents from questioning or presenting their issues at all. What will this board allow parents to bring forward? Here we have the slippery slope of restricting too much, an overreach and trampling of the public's charter rights of free expression. Our own bylaws, 5.13.14, encourages questions on a wide variety of topics. Our board should be seeking good questions and open discussion around difficult topics. I spoke about this becoming a problem last January at a governance and policy meeting. I urged the board not to make a policy so broad that it restricted what parents could ask or present, and what I received for speaking about that was an Integrity Commissioner complaint. All across Ontario, in fact across Canada, parents are being shut down. For example, Carolyn Bajowski at the Waterloo District School Board, when presenting to her board her concerns around some books being age inappropriate, was told to stop her presentation because it could possibly be breaching the human rights policy. Then there was a parent who was speaking recently at the Ottawa board when he wanted to bring up concerns around universal or gender-neutral bathrooms. He too was stopped from speaking, and the human rights policy was cited. These are just a couple of examples so you can see why parents are concerned about the bylaw change. We must make sure our board is transparent, inclusive, respectful, and welcoming to all parents and public concerns, and allow for questions or presentations that are difficult and might have competing human rights. Some of the topics that parents want to be able to bring to the board are gender identity education in schools, sexual orientation education in schools, gender-neutral or universal washrooms and change rooms, mixed gender sports, sexually explicit books in the DDSB libraries, age-appropriate literary themes in DDSB libraries, and secret gender transitions at DDSB schools. That was taken out of one of the letters. I ask the board now specifically, those who would be making decisions around presentations and questions, would you allow these topics to be questioned?
We do have a bit of a, and we don't really enforce it too much, but if we could get to your point a little bit more, Linda, because we do have a very short period of time to go through this.
This is so important.
I understand that, but in our bylaws, we actually say 4 minutes, and I'm just saying that, I'm just cautioning you.
Okay, I'm almost done.
Okay, thank you. That's all I'm asking.
In addition to that, there is Bill 98, which in all likelihood will pass. In it, the ministry states that it will be strengthening parent voices. We don't know fully what this looks like yet, so if we pass these bylaw amendments, we may end up retracting them later. So to conclude, in consideration of the very germane and pertinent questions that parents have brought forward in their more than 200 emails and considering Bill 98, and that trustees really have much more to discuss over these changes, I move to lay the motion on the table that's under consideration.
We have a motion on the table to lay it on the table. I must consider it, and as far as precedents, as far as motions, I do. Yeah, could Council Cotter just explain laying a motion on the table is, please?
Lay a motion on the table is essentially to defer it indefinitely. So basically removes it from the consideration of the board.
And when we have that, I believe, I've lost my trusty wheel. I apologize. I would have pulled it out. But does it need to be a seconder? I can't remember.
Yes.
Yes, okay, thank you. So I need, yes, trustee Stone?
Sorry. So lay it on the table, sorry, Council Cotter, I just want to add to that, is that the trustees can bring it back at any time. It's just to delay it for more information, for more discussion. Okay, so that's all I'm suggesting. And until, hopefully, after Bill 98 is passed.
Okay, I have a motion to lay it on the table. I need a seconder for that. Trustee Arsenault, you're seconding that? Okay, we have a seconder as far as that's concerned. A discussion basically around laying it on the table. We have trustee Pinella was first, I'm sorry. Trustee Cameron, you were on the other motion to begin with, so, and then I'll go to you next.
Thank you, Chair, through you. Originally, my comment was going to be discussion on this part because I just want to clarify that the emails we were getting were actually 5.13.15, and we're discussing 5.13.5. So this, and Council Cotter can correct me if I'm wrong, but this was changing a lot of the language from determine to consider, just so that there was more opportunity for redirecting things that might not have been appropriate, for example, at board or standing, but to still give people the opportunity to make their presentations. So I just want to clarify that that's this part. So if we're putting this on, if we're tabling this motion or putting this on the table, is that the entirety of Section 5 or just specifically 5.13.5 that we were discussing?
All we're talking about right now is 5.13.5. At any point in time, a person can actually say that they want to basically pull out a particular, they can pull out C, D, whatever, but at this point in time, we're looking at 5.13.5, and that section particularly is at, basically there's a motion to put on the table.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
And if I could just, because Chair Edwards, Trustee Pinello did ask for clarification on the scope of the amendments and on the letters from the community. I think it's fair to say that while the letters were addressed to 5.13.15, the same concerned issue is raised essentially for 5.13.5C, which is the board's vetting of presentations and questions. It's really the same issue. It's for board presentations, the language is found in C, and for board questions, it's 5.13.15. So one's for questions at board, one's for presentation at standing.
Thank you for that clarification. Okay, I have a speaker's list. Student trustee Ben Cameron. And again, it's for discussing about basically laying it on the table. We will get back to the original motion, please.
Thank you, Chair. I don't think that we should lay it on the table. I think it's pretty clear language to, I think, assist the chair in their duties to consider all these different factors that go into a presentation. I know that I trust our chair to make these decisions and their discretion. So I think we should pass it and not lay it on the table. Thank you.
Thank you. I have trustee Brown and then student trustee Hewitt.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. I just want some clarification as well, that I was under the impression that we were going line by line. I know that we're jumping backwards and forwards, and that motion that's on the table now to lay on the table, are we talking about all of this? Because I thought we were doing line by line. So I'm a bit confused at this point of, there's a motion on the floor, what are we laying on the table? Because I've jumped from one thing to another to another. So I just need some clarification around that.
Right now, Trustee Brown, we've got 5.13.5 that has been, that whole section, just 5.13, has been put to lay on the table.
Okay, so 5.13.15, because we've just had discussion about that too. So that's why I'm asking for clarification.
Yeah, through you, Chair Edwards, I was just drawing the distinction, Trustee Brown, the only motion that was originally on the floor is 5.13.5, which is also the same section that's now subject to the motion from Trustee Stone to lay on the table. So we're only dealing with 5.13.5.
Okay, so trustee, excuse me, student trustee Hewitt.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, in terms of like the original motion, not emotion, to delay this conversation, I think I'm against it just because you are right, we have received so many emails, which means we've had lots of time to read over them, consider the facts, and process this information. So I'm speaking on behalf of myself. I know I have an opinion on this matter, as if you've been reading and checking your email frequently, you likely do as well. So that's my take on this. Thank you.
Do I have any other speakers on the list? Okay, I'm going to go to Trustee Linton at this point in time, as he hasn't spoken on the laying on the table of the motion at this point in time.
Sorry, because I'm still confused.
The motion that's on the table is to basically lay 5.13.5, that's the discussion where that section of 5.13.5 laid on the table, that basically does mean postpone it indefinitely at this point in time.
So the entire section, or are we going through A?
That is correct. And if individuals would like to maybe pass part of it and so forth, and then because we have put the whole section on the table, at this point in time, you can defeat that and then go back and say, Chair Edwards, I want to pull out section, because we haven't at that point in time in order to consider it separately. Okay? So if that's the sort of thing, if you still have, because when we have the original thing is the motion of that, a person can still come back and say, I want to pull out a particular section. But right now, it's the motion that's on the table is to lay section 5.13.5 on the table, that entire section. Thank you. Trustee Stone.
Sorry, it might be early for this, but I'd like a recorded vote.
Oh, okay, so for the laying on the table recorded vote. Any other comments? Seeing none, I'm going to call for a recorded vote. And I will pass it over to Kathy Fitzpatrick to do the recorded vote.
Through you, Chair, I will now call the recorded vote. Trustee Arsenault? Trustee Brown?
I'm still not understanding what I'm voting on, so sorry, can it please be repeated? I don't mean to long this out.
No, it's okay. What we're voting on is to lay section 5, the entirety of section 5.13.5 only on the table, basically deferring it indefinitely at this point in time. That's what we are voting on.
Can you come back to my vote? Can I have a moment to think?
Yes, we can move on.
Trustee Cunningham? Absent. Trustee Linton?
In favor?
Trustee Miller is absent.
No, Trustee Miller's online.
She's back. Trustee Miller?
Yes, to the motion is that we are deciding whether this is going to be on the table or not on the table, correct?
The motion is to basically to lay it on the table, which means we're going to defer it indefinitely. That section will be deferred indefinitely at this point in time.
Okay, I'm not in favor of that option, thank you.
Thank you.
Trustee Morton?
In favor?
Trustee Oakville?
Opposed?
Trustee Panelo? Trustee Stone?
In favor?
Trustee Thatcher? Trustee Thompson? Abstain. Trustee Edwards?
In favor? We go back to Trustee Brown before we go on to the non-binding vote. Trustee Brown?
Oh, opposed.
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 I just, Council Cotter and whatever, I am sorry, I screwed up my vote, thinking between the double negatives here for me, as far as I've said, I apologize, and I don't know if I can recall that vote.
I'll have to pull up my Roberts rules,
Yeah.
Chair Edwards, but my understanding is that anytime, as long as it's before the chair calls the result,
The result. and
you can
that's-
change your vote.
I can change my, and that's what I thought so too, but I've just wanted to verify
Oh,
for sure
yeah, if you
that
could
I'm
just-
not, because we haven't called the vote, like, caught her before she was
Yeah.
going to call it.
So does it make a difference, Recording Secretary Fitzpatrick? Yeah, I'll pull it up anyway, but it may not make it, I don't know what the count is.
So without changing Trustee Edwards' vote to a no, we would then have 5 in favor and 5 no. Would have 1 who is absent and then 1 abstain. Would be a tie.
Yeah, so it doesn't matter at this point in time. Thank you for that clarification, I apologize, so, sorry.
Sorry, so it's only if it's changed that it's a tie? Okay, sorry. I have to pull it up.
Sorry, I just have, give me 1 second here before because I'm sitting there, okay. So it's 5 and 5, basically, which is, basically it's defeated, right? And then if it's deferred, basically the motion is tabled if I oppose a yes, okay. Basically, I'm going to change my vote as far as, because I said double negative as far as that. I'm going to oppose the vote. Thank you.
And I just quickly pulled up Roberts, and I believe the vote, any member can change the vote until it's announced by the
Until
chair.
it's counted for, that's right. Now it's back on, I think. So I think we're okay. So, again, we're back to, and as I said, we're back to the whole of section 5.13.5. unless, excuse me, somebody wants to pull a particular section out where we've got a motion on the table to approve the amendments in the whole of section 5.13.5. And Trustee Stone.
Actually.
Sorry, we have audio.
Hello? Oh,
Mine
there we
is
go.
you're on now.
Okay, thank you. So in light of the fact that further education is needed on competing rights and how to balance restricting speech and the charter rights of free expression, and the possibility of creating a policy which sets out the process to be followed when competing rights situation arises, and having one or two people, the chair or the vice chair, making these very important decisions is perhaps too heavy a load for just two of them. So more discussion could be, more discussion could be around having more than one person making this decision. It could potentially work better with the committee. So therefore, I move to refer the motion back to the Governance and Policy Committee for further consideration and discussion.
I'm just, I need some technical difficulty up. My screen has totally asked me to log on. Thank you very much for that help. Okay, moving on to Trustee Linton.
I was going to second that. I agree. I don't want to take this lightly. There's a lot in here. I've been on the other end and had parents who have been on the other end trying to raise matters here, and for some reason it was turned down and not having a good understanding why. So I'm not comfortable making a decision now. So if we could defer it back to governance,
Okay, so want to make that motion to defer this section 5.13.5 back to governance?
Yeah.
Okay, we have a motion on, first I need a seconder for that. Trustee Brown, are you seconding that? Okay, we have a seconder on that. A discussion on deferring it back to the Governance Committee at this point in time. We've got Student Trustee Ben Cameron.
Thank you, Chair. I think that, this has been in front of trustees for over 2 months now. I know everyone has been getting a lot of emails. And I think one thing that we need to consider is our legal obligations and kind of, I think it's important that our chair does consider these factors. Because I think if we don't, it opens people up to using dehumanizing language or denying people's existence. I would just like to give an example. At the York Catholic Board a couple weeks ago, I want to say, someone called for LGBTQ students to be banned from York Catholic schools. And I think that that is the type of questions that this prevents, because I think those questions do cause a lot of harm to our students.
Okay, well, again, we're talking about whether we're referring it back to governance, and I appreciate all that, and you've made your point, I believe, as you want it to be discussed. Much appreciated, and then we're going to Trustee Brown.
So I'm not sure if I can do this, but so please quote me. So I want to find out whether or not we can bring 5.1.34, 5.13.6, 5.13.15, all back to governance because they're all interlinked. And I'm wondering whether or not I can put a motion forward to ensure that, because we can bring one part, but it's almost like you can't do one without the other. So I don't know if that's a possibility. Councillor Cotter, can I change the motion?
I honestly don't think that we can defer one point of another with another at this point in time, because we're deferring it to the government's committee. I think that we could pass one, and then again, then when we go to the next, you can actually put the motion forward to say that you want to defer all these and name the sections if you wish. Okay, and that makes it a little cleaner and understanding, and the reason you can give your rationale again is why at that point in time. So we, yes, you can have a supplementary, sorry.
So thank you then. Is it possible to call the question?
Okay, so I've got some speakers that haven't spoken to it, so unfortunately I'm not going to call the question. So I'm going to have to go to the speaker list first, and we'll have Trustee Pinello.
Thank you, Chair. Through you. I'm going to disagree with deferring this, not because I don't think there's good discussion to be had, but for those of us that were at that Governance and Policy Committee meeting, it was a very long one, lots of healthy debate around this and a number of other items. And I think because trustees have had ample opportunity to look at this and to read the emails, come up with solutions, those of us that spoke to some of the parents who raised concerns and heard some of their proposed amendments, brought them here tonight. I think if you have something that you want to change within these, we're going clause by clause for a reason. Present it as an amendment so we can change it and discuss it here, because otherwise we're just wasting time. We're going to take it back to governance, debate and amend it, and then bring it back to board and have to go through this process again. And I think we've had enough time to go through and come up with those amendments. So I'm in disagreement.
Just a point of clarification on that. If we're going through certain parts have paused, so it doesn't have to go through a notice of motion, and whatever, you can go directly back to board, so it shortens that process up, just for information for people. I'm going to have Trustee Stone, last person. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't think that parent concerns are a waste of time. I think that we need to consider what they've brought forward in the emails that they have sent us. There's legal implications there, and I think that the training is a great question about competing rights, so I think it's worth putting it back to the Governance and Policy Committee. And just because some trustees have had lots of discussion at that committee, others were not there. So anyway, you're going to have the opportunity, hopefully, to further discuss this. Thanks.
Thank you. Trustee Thatcher, and then I have Trustee Linton, and then that, unless there's other people that haven't spoken on this particular item, then we will go to call the vote. Thank you. Trustee Linton. Oh, sorry, Trustee Thatcher, sorry.
And through you, Chair. Yes, we did receive a number of emails from parents, and there is definitely some concern around a couple of sections. This one, I think, is part of that. I do have some issues around making a decision around a presentation in terms of whether or not we have sufficient time to discuss our business. I'm not sure if that is relevant in my opinion. I would like to agree to take this back to governance so that we can be sure that we have the appropriate wording here. I think it's worthwhile to do that. So that would be my vote.
Trustee Linton.
So the reason I'm going back and forth with this is I'm really not comfortable with just, and again, we're as good as our chair, so it may be okay in this iteration of the board, but the moment you have a chair that has another opinion, certain pieces, certain voices may not get heard, and that's where I'm getting a little nervous. This isn't a vote for just now in our term, this is a vote for the future as well, because I guess I'm understanding if it goes, or if it stays, potentially, right, kind of?
Well, every bylaw is allowed to be changed again as far as the board, when they come in, they can change it. Just for trustees' notice, when we make these decisions, and especially when it comes to human rights and so forth, and some of those comments, as I know as myself as chair, I'm not an expert. I do go to get advice from our experts around the table, around as far as our legal expert, as well as our human rights manager and so forth, and when it comes to these presentations, as well as a discussion with the director. So just so you know that it isn't, when we look at these presentations, it's not just a single person looking at, but I take your case in point, and thank you. You wanted a further comment, Trustee Linton?
Yeah, I mean, to that point you do, but that's not to say others will do the same. And I guess my hesitation is I want to investigate, potentially have further dialogue with Council Carter around if there's any way of that decision being made by either a committee or more than just one person.
Yeah. Okay, so basically you're going in favor of deferring it back to the governance committee.
I'm in favor of talking to Council Carter, so if that means deferring it.
Well, at this point in time, that's the motion on the table at this point in time, is to defer it. Okay, I don't see any other comments. So I am going to call the vote to, as far as deferring the section 5.13.5, Trustee Stone.
Thank you. I'd like a recorded vote.
Thank you. We are going to have a recorded vote. Kathy Fitzpatrick, if you could please, recording secretary of the meetings, could you please call the names?
Through you, Chair, I'll now call the recorded vote. Trustee Arsenault?
In favor.
Trustee Brown?
In favor.
Trustee Linton?
Sorry, it's late. You gotta tell me what my options are. I'm so sorry.
In favor, opposed, or abstain?
To do what?
To defer this to governance.
Oh, to defer to governance?
Yes.
Oh, in favor. Sorry.
Sorry, that was in favor?
Yes, that was. It was in favor, sorry.
Okay. Trustee Miller?
Trustee Miller's online.
In favor.
Trustee Morton?
In favor.
Trustee Oldfield?
In favor.
Trustee Panelo?
Abstain.
Trustee Stone?
In favor.
Trustee Thatcher?
In favor.
Trustee Thompson?
In favor.
Trustee Edwards?
In favor.
Student Trustee Cameron?
Not in favor.
Student Trustee Hewitt?
Abstain.
We have 10 trustees in favor, 1 absent, and 1 abstain. We have, for student trustees, 1 not in favor, 1 absent, and 1 abstain.
Thank you. That motion basically is carried to defer section 5.13.5 in its entirety back to governance committee. So we will move on to, and again, we're going section by section as far as this is concerned, unless I'm told otherwise. So we have, and I'm looking at my clock, Okay. Section 5.13.6, Council Cotter.
Thank you, Chair Edwards, and through you. So 5.13.6 is just to confirm that the Chair of the Committee of the Whole standing is to inform the members of the board when an application to make a presentation has been denied, including the rationale for that decision.
Excuse me. Sorry. Okay, so I have Trustee Brown that is a first, a seconder, Trustee Stone. Me. Any questions, comments? Seeing none, I'm going to call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? That motion is carried. Moving on to section 5.13.15. As far as that, 5.13.15.
Thank you, Chair Edwards, and through you. So this is the section that mirrors 5.13.5C, which dealt with presentations. This is the section that deals with the vetting of public questions, whereas the other one dealt with presentations to standing. This is questions to board. And the amendments are set out on page 40 and over onto 41.
Trustee Brown, are you, to discuss this, I need a person to put it, a member to put it onto the floor as far as a first and a seconder. Trustee Stone, you're going to first? No? Yes? I need a first and seconder to put it on the floor. Trustee Stone, Trustee Pinello? Fine. Okay, now we're open for discussion, and we have Trustee Stone.
Thank you. And for the same reasons, I move to refer the motion back to the Governance and Policy Committee for further discussion and consideration.
Okay, we have a first. I need a second for that. Trustee Brown. Okay, so the motion on the floor, again, is to defer it back to governance, section 5.13.15, back to governance. Discussion on this. Student Trustee Ben Cameron.
Thank you, Chair. I would say again that this has been in front of trustees for a while as well. I think trustees can take into consideration emails while also making a decision on whether, the policy is or the new bylaw is a good one, which I think it is. I think it's reasonable to take into account the Human Rights Code, our Indigenous Education Policy, our Human Rights Policy. I would put forward that that's why those policies are there, to make sure that we're following them in our actions. I just don't see a need for referring it back for more discussion, which leads to what? The same thing? Deleting it? I think we can just do that right now.
Okay, thank you for this comment. Any other comments? Trustee Oldfield.
Thank you, Chair. I sort of echo some of what Trustee Cameron says. If we're referring things back to governance, then I think that trustees need to make sure that that committee knows what the issues are with what is before you here today, so that the changes, if any, can reflect that, so that we're not here at 11 o'clock looking at proposed changes that we could have looked at, could be making amendments to right here tonight, but we're not, and we're sending it back. So I just say, if we're referring back, that it be worthwhile, and that we don't waste trustees' time on any of these committees. And it's a bit of an exercise in frustration, I would say, for everybody. I think even for parents and whatnot. I think it's a challenge. So that's all I'm going to say.
Thank you, Trustee Brown, and then Trustee Pinello.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, I totally echo Trustee Oldfield. I absolutely agree with you. We shouldn't be having to do this, but I think, not in defense of the committee, but kind of, that when we looked at this, it was without all the input. And as we all know, is that sometimes you have one idea that this may go that way, and then once you get all the information, you then start looking at things through a different lens. I'm not saying that's the right thing. I'm just saying that I feel that I think that's maybe what happened here. I know I've changed my mind with a lot of things as I've gone through this process. So, and with the parents' input, this is also us showing that we are listening and we don't always get it right.
Then I'm going to go to Trustee Pinello, and then Trustee Linton, and then back to you, Trustee Oldfield. Trustee Pinello.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, I have to agree with Trustee Brown and Trustee Oldfield, and really stress that because I'm cognizant that not everyone could be at that governance meeting, and because I'm cognizant that moving forward, not all trustees can always make those meetings, that this is perhaps one of the best spaces for us to debate amendments. And we all know we received quite a few emails. And so if you took the time to speak or engage with community, understand what some of the issues were, what some of the asks for the amendments were, even the question we had earlier this evening about a proposed change, that is something that we can debate in this space when we're all here and people have the opportunity and have had the time to review, which is why I feel very strongly about when we're referring things back to governance. If people can't make it to that particular meeting, then they're missing out on the opportunity to debate again. And we've had ample time to do this. And so that is why I want to make sure we're making the most use of time, because we have received a lot of correspondence and parents and communities do want to see what we do with that. And so now we're going to delay it further, yes, to be thoughtful, but we could have spent the last 25 minutes debating amendments that we each suggested and sharpening each other's mind and understanding on what exactly community wants to see us change. And instead, we're taking, lots of time to say, no, we'll defer it. And so I just feel like we could be making better use of time and working through these more collaboratively and intentionally. And I feel like that is missing from this. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm going to Trustee Linton and then Trustee Oldfield.
Yeah, and I agree with some of those points. I think it's challenging, and I was one of those that missed the governance, so I apologize, but I wasn't in the country at the time, so that's my excuse. But it's really hard to read the emails and what they mean to some, because we are supposed to be here as the voice of the entire community, not some, the entire community, to the best of our ability. And then come to a meeting and then try and remember Robert's rules and when I can talk and when I can't talk and how I have to go through a chair and then try and put it into a motion here. So, it's the opportunity just to almost freestyle, right? Just to speak without the, and I know it's tradition and all that, but that adds an element to this that doesn't allow us to have a good conversation where we can sharpen each other's minds and then make a good decision. So, people have asked me what I think about this position, and I tell them it sucks right now. Because it is like speaking another language, and I cannot grasp speaking that language right now. So I'm not there yet. Maybe in year 2 we'll be quicker, but I am going to say if we can go back.
Order.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Okay.
We need to get back on topic.
No,
We
and
are completely off topic here.
thank you, Trustee Thatcher. What we're trying to do is again, we're deferring, and we're looking at the time.
Yep.
The motion is to defer it to committee, to basically governance committee. If, short and sweet, please.
Yeah, so thank you, Trustee Thatcher, for making my point. Okay, I'm good.
Okay. And Trustee Oldfield, you have spoken to it once, but you, again, because I've got, and Trustee Linda has also spoken to it, if she's not speaking to that, but, okay, Trustee Oldfield.
I just want to say that wasn't meant as a criticism of the governance committee, not in the slightest. It's more just a broad statement that we need to do the work, that's all.
Thank you, Trustee, excuse me, Trustee Oldfield and Trustee Stone.
Thank you. I just wanted to reiterate that when it goes back to the Policy and Governance Committee, the questions that the public want to ask should be considered. How would we answer those questions? Would we allow those questions? Plus the
Okay, and the motion is on the table to defer it, so those are the things, and those are the things that will be discussed at the
And
governance
Bill
committee.
98 needs to pass.
Okay, so anyways, so I'm going to call, oh, sorry, Trustee Thompson?
I was just going to say that because I'm new to the board, I wasn't part of all of these conversations, so I'm very confused, for one thing, but also I don't feel comfortable voting on this right now because I don't feel like I know enough. So I'm in favor of deferring. I'm not saying I'm not in favor of the bylaw. I'm not saying that at all. But I really feel like I need personally to know more. And also, you know, over 300 emails is telling me this is something that we really need to take a long, hard look at. And I'm sorry, I know that we have been previously to my coming on board. This has been going on, but like I said, it's new to me. Thanks.
Thank you, Trustee Thompson. All right, so I'm going to call the vote, okay, and as far as that's concerned, so it's a motion to defer to the governance committee. Okay, all those in favor? Okay, we are asked for a recorded vote. Kathy, could you please call the names for the recorded vote again, binding the non-binding vote, and sorry, I'll get your mic on, and then we will go by alphabetical order. Can you proceed? Thank you.
Through you, Chair, I will now call the recorded vote. Trustee Arsenault?
In favor.
Trustee Brown?
In favor.
Trustee Linton?
In favor.
Trustee Miller?
Not in favor.
Trustee Morton?
In favor.
Trustee Oldfield?
In favor.
Trustee Panelo?
Abstain.
Trustee Stone?
In favor.
Trustee Thatcher?
Abstain.
Trustee Thompson?
In favor.
Trustee Edwards?
In favor.
Student Trustee Cameron?
Not in favor.
Student Trustee Hewitt?
Not in favor.
We have 8 trustees in favor, 1 no, 1 absent, and 2 abstain. Student trustees, we have 2 no and 1 absent.
Okay, so that motion is carried to defer to a governance committee. We're moving on then to section 5.13.16 as far as those amendments in entirety. Council Cotter.
Thank you, and through you, Chair Edwards. So 5.13.16 deals with the procedure for the question period. This is after the question's been approved. You know, just sort of how it actually rolls out at the board meeting. So the first one was to sort of clarify the meaning of a supplementary question. It got moved, and move it from F up to A, and then just confirm that the question is to be submitted through the form on the website, and that they can ask the question virtually or in person. Those are the changes that are set out on 5.13.16 on page 41.
Okay, so we have on page 41, but it's also Appendix A, page 78, which has the full bylaw and the strikeout of that whole section. Do I have a first motion to put on the floor? Trustee Pinello, seconder, Trustee Brown. Any discussion on this particular section? Trustee Brown.
Just a clarification, this is more for you, Council Cotter, again. It says here the questionnaire, on 5.13.16, on F, I see it's crossed out that the questionnaire may ask a supplementary question only for clarification. but I don't see that. They may follow, and then it says in A, and may follow the answer provided at a meeting or ask us. So I'm assuming that F is taken out and put into A?
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
thank you.
Any further questions, clarifications? Seeing none, I'm going to call the vote for all those in favor. Opposed? That motion is carried. I'm just looking at the time, and I would just want to take a brief comment to confer to, as far as, because we cannot go past 11 o'clock, and what the actual process is to move forward, because we haven't completed the business of the board. So I would just like a few minutes to confer with our with staff as far as what the next and so I guess I'll call just a brief recess until we get that brief, very brief, before I can do the confer. The chair can confer with staff. Thank you. Thank you. We're just, as we're basically coming at 11 o'clock, and our bylaws basically say we don't have that, but we do have the ability, under our bylaws, to vary the schedule of the board meetings by continuing this meeting at a later date through a 2/3 majority, and the date is suggested is May 23rd, which was previously set for a strategic planning meeting that it should have been in people's calendars, and at that point in time. So that's what we're looking for. And I'm just saying that the other meeting date that we've had scheduled too, because there's no way we would be able to attach this onto the next board meeting. It's just too much. So we're looking at, as I said, to varying the schedule on May 23rd. And so if that is the case, I need 2/3 of the majority and a motion. Somebody put that motion forward to vary the schedule of the board meeting by continuing this meeting basically on May 23rd, 2023. I have Trustee Olford, are you okay? A first, a seconder, Trustee Arsenault. Okay. Any comment at this point in time? No? Okay, I'm looking at need a 2/3 majority of votes, so please put your card up so that I can see as far as that's concerned. Kelly, I'm looking at, that's 2/3?
7 is 2/3.
Yeah. Sorry, 7 is 2/3? I didn't see if Kelly voted. That was just.
Yes, I'd like to continue for the next.
Okay, so that's it. So that we definitely have the 2/3 of votes, so that motion passes, and so our next meeting to continue this meeting with the existing agenda, the rest of this agenda, is May 23rd.
2/3 is 9, is it not? 7 is majority, 2/3 is.
Okay, yes, we do. We have it, that motion carries. Thank you very much. Just checking to make sure we have the appropriate numbers, and so forth. So, and again, so this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.